All right. I am back again. I'm still doing the 7 day roguelike thing I've been doing. I'm starting to get the feeling that it might not be a particularly strong entry, but I'm going to. My original plan was always to work on it for a month, and so I'm merely sort of adjusted my plans a little bit in order to try to get something to submit for the week. And if it doesn't work out, that'll be fine. I'll just submit it. It can lose or get disqualified if it's not close enough to a roguelike. And that'll be that. But I think it's been good to have something pushing me towards a short term goal. So I want to keep going with that. And in this particular sequence of work that I want to get started on, two big goals that I want to focus on. One of my two big goals is to build a combat system, which I've kind of roughly started to get in here. There's some of the elements that I need for it, but there's a lot to it. It may be a little bit more of an ambitious combat system than I realized, but it kind of has to be in order for it to capture the story range that I'm interested in touching with this game. And the other thing I need to work on is I've been thinking that if I'm going to submit this, I've got about 3 days left. I got 3 days plus a few hours this evening. And if I do any major changes, like there's enough content in this system now, there's enough states that the system can get into, that there's just no way for me to verify that all of it's still working. If I make any changes to the core system, like the layout stuff or animation or anything like that, if I make changes to any of that without going and looking at it, looking at all of it again, I could very easily be making the game broken in some places. I could very easily have things where bits of the text ends up off screen and you can't click it, or the text doesn't have new lines where it's supposed to anymore, and it's all like hard to read and ugly looking. So since that's something, and I wouldn't have enough time every time I tweak, if I'm on the last day, for instance, making changes. You could imagine if on the last day I make changes to the capabilities of the layout and animation and interaction, that I might not have time to just thoroughly check that all of those tweaks to that core engine stuff still hold up. So if there are any things I want to do that would improve like the flexibility and what I can do with layout, which there are a few things I have in mind that I might want to touch, or making sure it's robust against like things flowing off the screen and not letting that break the game. If I want to have anything like partial state, so right now there's just let me show you what we're working on here. There's just a single thing on the screen, and I can hover over and interact with little bits of the text by clicking it. If it ever got to the point where that didn't fit on screen, I might want to have like a scrolling system where I could scroll wheel or have it like slowly go down the text. But if I started introducing something like that, it would need to be pretty much now, because if I introduce it later, I would the more as I write new content, I'll be able to check the new content. But if I write content if I choose to, sorry, I just noticed a typo in this the vampire text that I should go fix. But the if I choose to change these base core concepts on the last day, I would not be able to verify it. But if I do it now, then as I in the last few days plug in new content, I'll be going and seeing that content firsthand, and I feel more confident that I would. I feel more confident that I would not be making anything broken. So basically, the core big idea there is, this is sort of the last chance I have, given the time window, to make any tweaks or upgrades to that base core stuff that's in this system. So I might want to try to get to that, but I'm sort of split because, like I said, the other big thing I want to do is work on that combat stuff. And on the one hand, doing the upgrades needs to happen now, or it doesn't happen for the 7-day jam. On the other hand, the combat stuff, if the combat never gets in there and never gets good, then there's just no game at all. Like, there's nothing to it yet, right? So if I come in here, I can enter my dungeon, I get a cool description of the dungeon, and I can decide how I want to explore. So say I explore quickly, and then I encounter a dungeon rat. Okay, so let's say I fight that. Okay, my attack injures the dungeon rat. It says as it comes, so this is a bug. So it's just like, that's it. No decisions about what to do next. It's not even showing me the correct thing. I shouldn't have gotten injured by the dungeon rat just now. And there's no way to like learn, even if all of that wasn't happening. There's just no way to like. There's lots of corners of this that are missing still that prevent there from being any strategic depth that you can learn about. There's no items to pick up yet, so there's no expendable. There's no like non-renewable resources. So a big part of making, I think, something like a turn-based RPG interesting is making decisions between when to spend your renewable resources and non-renewable resources, and what situations warrant spending different types of resources, and when it makes more sense to try to avoid a situation or try to come back to it later when you have another resource for it, or just ignore it because it's not relevant to your goals. Those decisions are interesting, and right now, like, I haven't even built enough of a combat system for that to work. So I'm sort of torn between, do I build out the combat system stuff tonight so that I have a base layer where I could start, like, that would give me, if I did combat, that's still just the interactions between me and the creatures in the dungeon. I'd still need an inventory system the next day, right? And after I've had that many systems, like combat system, inventory system, then I think that there starts to be enough. Like those are the pieces I absolutely need in place in order for all of the story elements that I was hoping to include to make it into the jam game, and for there to be any chance of strategic intrigue appearing, right? And the 7-day jam doesn't need to be a great game necessarily. My big goal, especially since I'm submitting it to a roguelike competition, is that it's close enough to demonstrate that this is in fact a roguelike. I want it to stand as a case for this is something that should qualify as a roguelike. And to spark the imagination of like, wait, if you did have more time to design and fill out content, this could get really good in this way or that way. I'd like it to become clear, even if it's not good yet, that the pieces would work together. And so it might be more important to work on building the pieces and ignore the like polish of appearance and layout. And on the other hand, if I'm gonna have time for appearance and layout polish, it has to be now or never. And I'm kind of feeling torn on this. So my hope is to have my cake and eat it too. I want to spend some time filling out the combat system. I want to get to the point where I can crank out a couple more creatures for the early game, maybe throw in a couple of the bosses that I expect to be in the game. And if that's feeling at least halfway decent, then I think I'll move over to the other thing. And if the first thing takes all night, oh well, then I didn't get to polish. If I get that done and I still have a few hours before I'm too tired, then maybe we can find ourselves a couple of improvements to that base layer stuff that like makes the rendering and layout and maybe some animation and more rich interactions. Right now you can only click, and when you hover it like bobs the text. But I'd like to have things like sort of like tooltips, but not like in appearance it would be different, but in concept it would be similar, where you can like hover over a keyword and have it pop out more information, or something similar to a menu where you can change which section of the list of options you're looking at, so that I don't have to fit everything in one vertical path. I can have like columns, and then you focus on one column at a time or something, right? So those things would make a big difference on how expressive the sort of like language of the game is. So they'd make a big difference, I think, to how good it feels to you actually work with. But I think I have to prioritize the the part where the proof is in the pudding, because that's stuff that I think people could already look at this and imagine. Hey, what if, like, you could just look at this game idea and already start imagining, well, what if you had just a little bit of art? What if you did a little bit more on the design of the interactions? What if you could click and drag instead of, like, you can, your imagination can go wild on what you could do at that part. I think the more difficult part is to imagine that the story interface even has the legs to carry like a strategic decision making roguelike feel. So I want to work on that part as a higher priority, and that's what we're going to do. I'm going to get caught up with chat real quick. Let's see what we got. Abner. All right, I got a lot of messages to catch up on, Abner. Hey, good to have you hanging out. Bitwitch, glad to have you hanging out. What you programming on? Oh, am I not categorized as software and game dev? I thought I was. Oh, I'm categorized as science and technology. I don't know why I did that. I don't remember when I did that either. Is that something I can change right now? Edit stream info category software and game development. This might not have existed the last time I configured my stream or something. Like, I don't know. I might not have configured this for years, or maybe I just didn't know to look for it. Okay. So, combat system. Thanks, Abner, for the tip on that. Hopefully I start actually getting my announcements out in the Discord on Handmade Network. And Bitwitch, I didn't know you worked on the Orca tooling. That's awesome. Okay. I need some ambient music. I'm not going to play my music to you because I haven't gone and looked for stream safe music to play for everybody. So I'm not playing it to you, but you go ahead and put on whatever you need your music to be. We'll just jam to our own tunes here. Very good. Okay, so few things here. Why does it think I died? The dungeon rat should never be able to hit the human character, and it certainly shouldn't be able to kill me in one hit. And even if that were true that I was dead, I would need a button here to let me restart the game or something, right? So let's take these one at a time, unrolling the other way. Because if I fix the bug at the head of the chain, I will lose the ability to fix the later bug. So let's start with, if I'm dead, what should happen? If the player's dead, yeah, I just didn't finish implementing this. Let's just put in a, what should the text say that lets you replay the game? Right, I could just say replay. But I gotta think, that's not quite the right vibe. And that's not quite the right vibe because while this is a game, and it, in one sense, is not trying to be anything more than that, whenever I write the text that makes the interface, I try to make it sound like a little bit more. I try to make it sound like intentional prose. And that includes all the button text. So I could say like try again or start again. Start from the beginning. Yes, that's what I like. Start from the beginning. That implies that you're exploring a thing with a start point. And it's like, well, your story ends here, right? But you can start from the beginning. I like that. Okay. Okay, so let's see. That's the button, but I need decide combat. I need to go in and actually mark this as a button. So mark it as an alive, and this is going to have payload game restart. Okay, I haven't built that payload yet, so we're going to have to go implement that. So we at least have a full game loop as of now, which is good, because you can play, lose, and get to a point where it says, okay, you can restart the game. You know what, I should also put that here in the victory condition screen. Here you get that, and then you get start from the beginning. And I need some end of paragraphs here and here. And this would be one that would definitely benefit from being able to be laid out as centered. And also some like extra vertical space to really, I want the attention to be like a big, massive victory that takes up the screen, and then the start from the beginning should be small and out of the way. Big. Okay, we need a new payload type, so that means we need a new payload function. This does also raise the thought that probably a nice feature to add would be the ability to abandon a run and start from the beginning at any time. Now, this is a tricky one. It's game restart happens in the middle, like the payloads get processed in the middle of a frame. So, like, what happens here? Yeah, it gets weird because we're gonna still want to end up going and drawing, so everything here can't be just zeroed out, right? I can't just say I can't just say zero out the whole game state or something, right? That doesn't actually cause a restart. In fact, even harder than that, game state init, right? Isn't there an init around here? Yeah. So some of these I want to reconsider. Yeah, okay, this is going to get annoying, but we have to fix this stuff. So there's going to be a const init and there's going to be a run init, okay? So a const init looks like this. We grab the game state, and these are the things which are constants. A run init, on the other hand, sets up the things that are parts of the game state. So this is the same every time. These are core engine stuff. Here is constants, and then So everything here, current fragment gets set. Everything else here makes up the stuff that I want to be able to zero out. I think I might throw all of this into a little section like this. It's going to create a bunch of compilation errors. Oh, the world arena doesn't... The world arena doesn't work that way. That needs to go in engine, I suppose. So when we set up the constant stuff, I guess that would be a good time. Let's so I think right now, yeah, we create the world arena. We allocate it when we generate the world. We're gonna have to just allocate it once when we initialize the engine. So the world arena gets created there. Then in order to zero out the world, we'll pop everything off the world arena. Set the current fragment back to the initial point in the game, and everything else needs to be zeroed. So can I use this? Does this macro work on that? That's what I don't know, because that's a anonymous. Well, it's not anonymous. It's got a very. It's one of those like nested structs without a type name. Does it have a size? I think it does. But all the rest of this I have to now stick this little guy called logic onto them. Dungeon levels. Player injury count. Yeah, we'll fix that eventually. Has Amulet of Endor. There we go. Logic. Gonna have to groove for a bit. I did that. Yeah, Bitwitch. I mentioned this. I've got music on for me, but I can't play it out through OBS because none of it's none of it's like IP safe. You know what I mean? Um, I I have a playlist of music like that. It's the music I made for my YouTube channel, which I could use. Yeah, it's not Twitch safe, but I think even on YouTube I would get copyright strikes, or they would just send me annoying emails if I post the archive later. Um, so I just prefer to listen to my own music, let you listen to your music. If you'd like to hear what I'm listening to, I can understand that's frustrating. Maybe it might be fun if I made like a public Spotify account or something. So if you wanted to listen to what I was listening to without it going through OBS, that could be a feature of the stream somehow. I'll think about that because that's kind of fun. But um, uh, right now, it's not an option. Yeah, I could look up specifically Twitch safe music, but I like the music that I'm listening to. So, and I don't know how I would look it up by genre. I just want to stick with what I know works for me. Alright, so when we set up the app, we are going to do a constant in it and then a run in it. So that means we've set up the constants that don't change after the beginning, the constants in the game engine, and then we've initialized the first run. And that way, at the beginning of the game, you just get dropped right into a run. There's no meta game. There's no menu, right? Your run begins, and then you come in here, you explore, you fight a rat. For some reason, it kills you. And okay, so a couple issues still. There needs to be a new line there. This needs to be no wrap so that the spaces count as part of the rectangle. And that still doesn't do anything. All right. We set off to build a combat system, and so far all we're doing is managing all the state so that you can actually play the game twice. Whew. Let's see. Combat state, start from the beginning. We need a no wrap. Can I get a no wrap? Decide. Yeah, you've got an example of that right there. No wrap. So there you go. And yeah, all of these need to end with end of paragraph. Okay, go into the dungeon again. Fight the rat. Somehow it kills me. Start from the beginning. Still doesn't do anything. So we haven't done that part yet. When I hit that, it issues restart game. Okay, the quest. Now, back to the game restart payload. How are we going to process it? Right, I made a little progress organizing all the state. So I have the ability now to just wipe the state out. The part I don't wipe out is the prep alive list, the layout P, and the layout. All of that is a part of the quote-unquote engine and not the game logic. So not wiping that out should be fine. That will carry over the layouts from the frame, and the changes in state will apply to beginning. Well, they'll apply right away, but they'll be used in the next frame. By the time we reach here, we've already rendered out the structure that's going to define the frame. We are processing the click, but we're still going to render to screen the structure that we chose for this frame earlier. And so nothing from here forward should depend on play logic. Everything that depends on play logic should have happened by honestly, everything that depends on play logic happens by the time you render the current story fragment. Once the current story fragment is rendered, we no longer depend on play logic for all the rest of the tick update and all the rest of the Okay, draw. So that is pretty cool. That means I think I can just do this. Run init. I should be able to just say initialize a new run. And let's take a look at that. Fight. I'm dead. Run init. And it's a new run. Now I'm a beast slayer. Now I go into the dungeon. I enter the dungeon. I explore thoroughly. I find a dungeon rat. I fight it. Again, it kills me. Okay. Great. So that piece of it is done. Now, what happens that leads to the other bug? Why am I getting player death? Player death happens if the player injury count is greater than the player stats max health. So player stats must not be filling in the max health in a useful way. Yep, it's not. Okay. Stats max health. Oh yeah, none of these have a max health. I must have just neglected to implement that. So I think we're gonna say that every character that you can play, every run type, you'll have 3 health. So you can take 3 injuries, and that way you don't have a lot of variability there. We'll give 1 to each of these. Okay. Enter the dungeon. Now, when I fight the dungeon rat dies. What do? And it lets me go back to exploring. So keep exploring thoroughly. Quickly. Nothing's happening. Okay, weird. I don't know why that is. So let's think about this. First, I'm gonna look at the code for a sec. Combat state. Since the enemy is dead, we're getting an exploration decision because there's no more combat to do. Oh, I got some new chatters I want to catch up with. Elias, good to see ya. All right, I'm all caught up. Let's see. What do I need to do? Why was the exploration not working? I think that's all fine. It's gonna need to be a debugger situation. So the question is, oh, I know why. When we get to enemy death, yeah. Okay, so enemy death here is being rendered because we have a selected, yeah. Okay, this gets a little interesting, weird. So I don't have a transition from combat mode out. Game action combat. So what happens is this. I have split the game action processing into 2 different paths because some of the game actions have a bunch of stuff in common, and those are the game actions that relate to ways you can travel around the world. Some of the game actions have a bunch of stuff in common, and those are the ones that relate to how you do combat. So having them in the shared path allows their commonalities to just kind of go together, right? So if you're handling a combat action, you put it through this one, and the reason it's not one big function is because I would just basically end up with first figure out is this travel or combat, and then split the thing. So that's what happens here. It figures out if we're in combat or not. But the way it's figuring out if we're in combat is not sophisticated enough anymore. And so let's talk through why this is. I have this pointer to an entity called the combat entity, and the point is to register into the game state that we're engaged with combat on this entity in particular, so that we can run the combat system with that. And so we're saying we're in combat mode because we have a pointer there. But we're not clearing that to 0 when the enemy is supposed to be dead, and when we're supposed to go back to travel mode. And we can't clear it to 0. And the reason we can't clear it to 0 is when we finish combat, when we've defeated the enemy, we are not in combat mode for the next decision that we make, but we are going to still render out from the combat state story fragment. The combat state story fragment tells us is the code that encodes how we print out the results of a round of the combat system, right? And so this is like if you're playing Pokemon, it's the text boxes that pop up to tell you what just happened. Or if you're playing roguelike like Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, when you take actions, there's the log. So these are similar sorts of messages, except they're the core interface. But besides the fact that the core interface, same basic idea. We've just had a round of combat. We need to know details about what happened. And so I can't null out the pointer because I need to use information about that entity that just died. So even though the entity now represents a dead entity, I still need to know about the entity. I need to know what kind of thing it was so that the messages can include its name. I need to know about if it drops anything right later on. So I need to know about the entity. Hey, Voxel Riffs. Welcome. Brett, welcome. So I think what I need is to simplify this. Right now I'm checking if the enemy and player are dead with hard-coded code here. I think it'd be just easier if I could say, hey, are we in active combat as a, just a check, right? And then that way these things would resolve in a better way, right? So let's try that. Enemy player death. Yeah, so let's put in those 2 checks that we would need. Check. Okay. So player death. We already have the code that does that right here. Here we go. Active combat. So that's different than enemy death. Active combat. Well, it's pretty much the same thing. Here we're assuming we have an enemy entity, but whether we do or don't, we can ask the question if we're in active combat. And fancy content, so I tried to catch the spelling of that, but no, I don't think it's spelled that way everywhere. I think it's just this function maybe. Abner is pointing out that I don't know how to spell the word madness. There we go. So yeah, most of the references I must have caught, but that one slipped away. That one slipped out of my fingers. When I build a, this is something we talked about before in a previous stream, when I build a full story engine tool, spell check will have to be a part of it for me to be able to use it. Okay. Player death. Active combat, that's what we were doing. So active combat goes like this. We get the enemy entity, combat state. We need to grab the enemy stat block, which goes like this. It's a little complicated because I demand a scratch arena for that. That reminds me, while I'm here, and I've got Abner hanging out, I was going to mention, I haven't seen... I think, a couple of more recent streams, but one of them that I saw, you were debugging something relating to scratch arenas, or you were using a scratch arena where you didn't mean to be. And I didn't get a chance to talk to you about it afterwards, but there are a few things that you are... there. What is it that I was gonna the important thing I wanted to pass out? It's like, while I love working with arenas, there are ways to do it that can lead to lots and lots of problems. I don't think that just because you have an arena type and you use it everywhere that your code won't have memory bugs. And it seems to me like you are starting to hit into the reasons why I think that if you're going to program with arenas, you need to adopt a few pieces of like style of how you approach things to make sure you don't run into that kind of stuff. And part of it might just be like, oh, it was a typo that this thing was a scratch and it shouldn't have been. But there's a lot of ways to minimize the possibility of that I don't see in your code. Like if a scratch is in scope at all, it should be in scope in different types of functions than the kind of function where it was in scope in that bug. And things like that. So if you want to chat sometime, if you want to like do a collab stream, or we could do it offline, I don't know how you want to do it, but I think that the complexity of a project as it grows, if it's dealing with arenas, needs to have some arena hygiene stuff that that is not immediately obvious or intuitive. And I'm only saying that because I was reminded by the fact that I'm using this scratch thing here. And it's a good time to point out that this is technically within the parameters of what I consider arena scratch arena hygiene. But it's a little annoying that I have to do this like this. And I'm not sure why I thought that would be good. I think it'd be better to just return this struct. And I'm about to just say... I'm feeling like I'm just wasting time with putting this through an arena. I don't know that it's doing me any good. I don't think the stat block is going to be a variable sized thing or something. So I think that was just a failure to use my usual patterns for a moment. And I'm going to undo that right now because I'm starting to get annoyed with it. Like here, it was forcing me to use scratch in a story fragment, which I had never had to do before, and so now that's gone again. Nope, not relevant, different bug. Not relevant, different bug. Not relevant, different bug. Stat block. Yeah, you are going to just do this. You're not going to allocate one of these. It's just a struct. Stats, arrow, stats, dot. Go. And again. Um, right, stats arrow becomes stats dot. Player stats. Right, we need player stats in order for that to make sense. Game stat block, player stats. Game player get players. Combat player stats. There we go. The enemy stats. And now my stats blocks everywhere aren't pointers, but the functions that deal with them still take pointers. Do that. There we go. Okay. So that's back to gone, and now we're trying to figure out enemy. Okay, yes. Are we in active combat? So we've got an enemy entity, we've got an enemy stats block. We come over here, we grab this chunk of code which tells us the thing we're actually trying to compute, how we were doing it in the previous way of arranging all of this. And so we say, not enemy death, but we have active combat. We have active combat if two things have to be true. First, the enemy entity has to be non-zero. And second, the enemy entity has to have less injuries than its max health, and then we have an active combat. Okay, so do we have active combat? So if there's a player death, we do this. If there is not an active combat, then the thing has died. Oh, that might not be true. Yeah, this is gonna... We got a lot of details to sort out here. This isn't good enough either. Because if the enemy runs away, we still have to have a pointer at the thing to print the right message. It won't be dead. And yet we won't have active combat. So I might need to just sit down and draw a full picture of the system in a couple minutes to like fully understand the logic of what I'm trying to make it do. But let's push on with this piece of it first. Okay, this makes it a little simpler. If we have active combat, then decide combat, otherwise decide exploration. And later, when we do a game action of the combat type, all we're going to have to do is say, hey, if we have an active combat, do a combat action, otherwise do a travel action. Yeah, Abner, I think, I'll refrain from talking about what they are now because I think it would be useless. Mostly because it's outside of context. Like, the things that will need to change will not seem like they make any difference unless we can generate a bunch of examples of what goes wrong and how it goes wrong and how the hygiene prevents it from going wrong. And so putting the conversation into a context where we can generate examples that will make sense to you in the audience will help. And I think that the Terminal Click project is way better than this one for that because I just do so much. There's so much going on here that is in my head that I haven't figured out how to articulate, that people haven't seen me work on yet, or haven't gotten a chance to see me work on. Guys, check out the cool new font for the carved text. Isn't that fun? Alright, so I explore thoroughly. I run into a dungeon rat. I fight it. My attack injures the dungeon rat. The dungeon rat dies. What do you do? And now I can explore some more. And I encounter another dungeon rat. Okay, so that's good. Now, I think I want to stop again and take a step back, like I was just saying, because there's a couple things that I know this needs to accomplish that I haven't actually thought through how it could accomplish this. So we have one concept is, when is it active combat? And there are different things that can end active combat. So we can end active combat because we had a fight resolution and the enemy died. Actually, I'm asking a different question. When does active combat end? One way is enemy dies, right? And that's the one we just got working. Another one is that you get away from each other. There's a few ways that can happen. You can flee, it can flee. Well, those are the two ways that can happen. If you can both flee, right? So here's one issue, which is how will it know when these things happen? So right now I choose. What happens is I come in here, I look at each entity, so the player and the enemy get to make a decision. Right now the enemy is just locked into doing fight, but depending on which entity it is, I might throw in different behaviors, where the behaviors are just different options in the combat system. Those then go through this resolution system, so double, fighting each other, or one running and the other chasing, one running and the other not chasing, or both sides like waiting or guarding themselves to see what happens next. So these are the 4 different sort of things that can happen to resolve the round. And then within that, we look to see, like, if it's a fight, there's sub things like who won and what were they doing. If they were fighting or guarding, it changes what happens when they win. If I haven't done these other ones yet, but like if it's a chase, then one side might pull ahead and get away. The other side might catch up and do damage anyways, or that might be sort of like locked into a longer chase sequence for a longer time and sort of repeat, right? So these don't end combat. This doesn't end combat. It just sort of prolongs it, maybe evolves the state of it, but it doesn't lead to either side running or getting hit. This means we're not in combat anymore, but there are different messages that I have to be able to handle. So it seems like what I'm computing here needs to be a part of what's available, I'm realizing, to the render of the state. Like, it's just not good enough to do any less than that. I can't boil it down to something else. I tried earlier splitting it into a separate story fragment, but like just this first branch has six separate paths. So it was, for this branch, 6 paths. There was going to be like 3 paths for this one, a path for this, and 3 paths for this, or something like that. It's like so many paths that I didn't want to have to write a separate story fragment for each one. I want one story fragment that handles them all, and so now it's a bigger, more complicated story fragment, and so I need a sort of data structure that is driving this instead of tiny little story fragments. And so I'm thinking maybe the data structure I want is just the data structure that remembers how the whole combat resolve happened. So why don't we build that and see if that solves the problem? Let's see, this here gets categorized as hack, to do remove, Yiftweed, or not Yiftweed, Yiftweed, yeah, I think so. Or at least if you look up 7DRL 2024, it looks like March 10th is the end of the jam. Yeah. I only found out on Monday. Because I decided, without knowing that it was happening, that I was going to do a month-long little personal game project that was this like story roguelike thing I've been pondering making, and then someone popped in and pointed out that I had chosen that the first day of my personal month-long jam happened to be the last opportunity I had to start a 7DRL, and I was like, okay, I'll do it. That sounds fun. Yeah, we're at like 3 days left now. Okay. So we're going to combat record. I'm going to just make a combat record here. Like this chunk here will be my combat record. And it's going to remember steps like the resolution. Then we have all these sub things that can happen. I think what I need to do is just enum out all of these sub things. I think that's the thing to do. So I have like resolution up here, right? So there's fight, and then there's going to be like combat, fight, sub, or fight result, fight outcome. Maybe that's a good name. Not too important. Gotta keep compromising so I can make forward progress. Alright, fight output. Who typed that? Alright, so here we get player hit enemy, player improve footing, player ignore hit, enemy hit player, enemy improve footing, and enemy ignore hit. Yeah, if I had a better entity system where the player counted as an entity, this would simplify things. I feel like the problem is... do I go that way? Because I already have the thing where I pulled out the player health into the global state rather than just throwing it into an entity. I could try that. It would be a bit of a detour, but it might make some of this simpler. Oh man. I don't like feeling rushed to do something twice as hard for 3 days when I could feel like I have enough time to do the easy thing that takes a little bit of setup, a little bit of rearranging. Okay, I'm going to change things. So we're going to do this. This is the right direction generally, but I'm going to just say it's time to accept that we need a player entity as well. The player entity will sit there just so that combat resolution can just be two blind entities, and we don't have to have different ways of referring to what happens in one direction from the other. We'll just say this type of event happened with this thing, with like this parity or that parity, right? It's a separate bit rather than a separate code in the enum. So here we have the player injury count. That's where I'm going to replace it with the player entity. That'll break some stuff, and that is what we want to see. Player entity dot injury count. Because now what we could start doing is check player death could look a lot like... Yeah, we don't need player stats anymore. That's the thing that's most cool. Or that's part of the thing. That's one of the things that's cool. So let's break the player stats thing by saying, yeah, we're going to need to replace all of these with key. Oops. Purpose with key. Backslash is not necessary. We have thief, beast, slayer, and archaeologist. Spell check. Archaeologist. Archaeologist, okay. Archaeologist, okay. And then that means that we need game keys that correspond to each of the thiefed. Each of the different character types you can play. Archaeologist. Okay. And that means that when we let's see, here in the intro, we currently have a thing that's like set state. That's going to go away. There's going to be payload set purpose, like this. And we're just going to keep this part. Because I need to include more logic into more logic into what it mean, what states get manipulated by that decision. So I can't get away with just poking something into the game state now. Purpose. Payload kind, set state, set purpose, okay. Set state, payload kind, set purpose. Wait, no, I don't want to, no. This is where I define this part, game state. Logic purpose equals set payload purpose, and you want to switch on that purpose so that we can do player entity key needs to be game key set by this. So thief, beast slayer, archaeologist. Got a lot of stop dropping that everywhere. Get player entity. Very good. Go. Enemy. Still not short enough. payloads don't contain a purpose field yet. Purpose. I have a feeling that they're not going to like that because I think, yeah, can I do this? Is that allowed? Good. Entity stats, combat. That's a bad name now. That can just be combat stats. Stats QU game entity player equals game get player entity player. Combat entity just means enemy now. QU payload set purpose. To write that part. Set state putter. Whoops. Up. There we go. Okay. We go into combat. We fight the dungeon rat. The dungeon rat dies. We explore. We fight the dungeon rat. It doesn't die. Okay. Wait. Run. Guard. Okay. Okay. Still getting stuck and things aren't working. But we made progress. What was that thing I ifed out when I started this? Right. The fight outcomes. Let's keep building that, because if this is going to be a game that's worth playing at all, this part has to work. But the fight outcomes now can look like this. Hit. Improve footing. Ignore hit. And then land hit. And then all we have to do is say, here's the outcome and which of the two entities succeeded at this outcome, with this outcome, right? So the different outcomes are sort of different, almost like you could say narrative differences in the outcome. You know, winning the round while guarding doesn't mean the same as winning the guard or winning the round while fighting. So who wins determines half of the evolution of the situation, but the other half of the evolution is determined by which outcome type that they're getting. So over here, we take the resolution type. Here, we are now going to plug in to figure out which entity. So I kind of could almost go like this. QU game entity. This isn't even close to finding the word entity. Entities 2. Put in the player and the enemy. And then we can do score. It's 2. Right, we don't have the stats in. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna pull up. Entities 0 is gonna be this one. Entities 1 is gonna be this one. Stat blocks, we're going to have 2 of those. Stats 0 is going to be entity 0. Stats 1 is going to be entity 1. And what doesn't work? Scores. Okay. Score 0 is going to be... Wait. No, wait. Let's do it this way. Stats. I. Entity. Action. We gotta go pull all the actions out. Okay. QU. Game action. Actions 2 looks like this. Actions 0. Actions 1. 4 equals I equals 0. I is less than 2. I plus equals 1. Very good. Actions 0. Actions 1. Actions. Okay, and then what we have is if actions 0 does not equal actions 1, one side wins. If or scores, sorry, score 0 does not equal score 1. If score 0 does equal score 1, then we also have the tie case, which I'm not even handling the tie case. Maybe that's why we got stuck before. Okay. So first thing we want to do is figure out who is the winner. And we'll do it like this. So now we know who the winner was, and we've stuck it in this variable called winner index. And now what we can do is go, okay, instead of looking at the enemy action and asking what did the enemy do, we can just look at the winner action. So we can look at actions, square bracket, winner index. So what did the winner do? And then what happens is, oh, right, we also want to have the loser index, which is just the winner index XOR 1. Improve the enemy footing. Right, so each of these paths is now winner improve footing, winner lands hit, winner ignores hit. And that was the tie path. I want to keep that, but oh yeah, I guess right here it's like to do oopsie fallback. Okay, so if the winner did the fight action, then, so here we're trying to figure out sub fight outcome. Yes, we want U32 outcome code, which will start off as 0. U32 winner index. So I guess we can just go like that. Well, no, I don't like that. I'm actually going to do the game entity as the winner pointer, because that way I can have it be null for like the case of a tie. I don't know if Brett is here, but sometimes there's a third outcome. You know what I'm saying? So, let's fill in the outcome codes. Land hit, winner equals entities. Index. So yeah, the winner's the winner, no matter what the outcome is. But the outcome now, what would I do for an oopsie fallback? I guess I could just give the winner a land a hit as a fallback. Like if you're playing and a bug happens and somehow the processing doesn't work correctly and it gets to this path, then it'll still be wrong behavior, but at least it'll do something that the rest of the engine can pick up and work with, and the game will continue. Cool, Brett. Yeah, all of that makes perfect sense. I think what I don't get from just that raw information, because that's just, so Brett and I have had a little sidebar conversation last night, separate from all this stuff happening here, about what computers might look like if they had ternary primitives instead of binary primitives, and so we're making comments about that now. The thing that feels uninteresting to me about looking at it in this particular way, like the numbers you're giving me are the number of different unique gates that you could possibly build for two ternary inputs and stuff like that. The thing is, like, all of that is just exactly equivalent to the way we think about things in binary. Like, yes, it's a different number, but, like, so what? Like the distance between that and a binary computer is not that big. And if you end up with a computer that just does all the same stuff, then it's like, to me, that's a failed attempt at creativity. I'd like that computer that doesn't have the same fundamental properties, and I don't see how you get there from just boiling it down to here's all the logical possibilities that you could possibly take advantage of. Okay. Okay, so we figure out an outcome code and a winner. And I want to stick that into the combat record. This is gonna get annoying. Okay, so let me make that build. So we want to do a run score. Scaray1 asks, what keyboard are you using? This one. See? Can you see that one? That's a code keyboard, capital C, capital O, capital D, capital E, keyboard. It's pretty nice. I have like 3 of these. They're extremely sleek. They got big, fat, crunchy mechanical keys with all different configurations. But besides that, they're just like black. They have backlight, which I don't have turned on this one right now. But it does not do color. It's not like an RGB thing, or RGB thing. If you're looking for an RGB backlight, it's not like that. It's just brightness level of white LED backlight. I've never had one break or need a part replaced or anything like that in like probably more than 10 years. I think they're awesome. They're a little bit pricey compared to like some, I think some people prefer like something in the $70 range. These are like $100 last I checked. But I think it's pretty good. Oof, I didn't uncensor links yet. My mistake. Anyway. Yeah, let's keep going because I gotta get progress done on this, right? I've got a time deadline here. I need to move forward. So, if I do a fight with a rat, your attack injures the dungeon rat. Well, I hypothesized that maybe I had a tie with the rat, and maybe that was why we got frozen before, but that's actually impossible. The only way to get a tie would be if I was like, the dungeon rats are set up to never ever ever be able to do anything to you. There, I didn't even get the dungeon rat died. Yeah, we need to really lock in and make some progress here. So, I'm gonna make a to-do list. I'm gonna have to ignore chat for like a stretch here. I apologize if that is frustrating, but we're gonna zoom in and do some stuff. The combat system needs the following things. 1, you can hit a rat. 2, when rat dead, you get message and can move on. 3, we need to handle. You can guard from rat. Guarding gives message. And improves footing. Can wait against rat. And we need the rat's hit does no good, even if we just ignore it. We get message. And finally, you can run from rat. That leads to how does chase sequence work? Question mark. And let's build all of that first, because that's everything that of the player's actions succeeding. So I want, whenever the player actions succeed cases happen, I want to get all of that built before I get distracted. Okay. We're going to use all of this through Remedy for a little while, because something's happening here that I want to catch. So every time we do a combat action, action combat? Yeah, there it is. I want a breakpoint to hit so that I can see the combat action logic. Enter the dungeon, explore thoroughly, fight the rat. We hit. All right, so we get one entity is the archaeologist. The other entity is the rat. So we want to see the entities. Bitwitch, yeah, that is so. I just got distracted, and we're not going to step in long on this conversation. But the code keyboards, they have these little control switches on the back. There's 6 of them, and they are hardware switches. The operating system, there's no firmware, nothing in the land of writing code can prevent these switches from configuring your keyboard, which is a really cool design. It's a good design because software can so easily just decide to never let you flip a switch that's supposed to be flippable or something because of an error, because of a unforeseen constellation of circumstances. And that doesn't happen so much with physical switches. All right, very good. We do a fight resolution. We do, what are our scores? Yeah, what score did I get? I got a 2. It'll get a 0, so that's fine. And my score is the bigger one, so winner index is 1, loser index is 1, winner index is 0. The winner is the archaeologist. And the winner did the fight action, so the outcome code is land a hit. And so we're going to, oh, that's funny. Okay, well we can change when we come back. We record the combat resolutions. The other thing we're going to want to keep an eye on here is we need to look at the story fragment that shows us the state of the combat system. So this story fragment is a bit of a major workhorse. So we can't leave a breakpoint here all the time because this will run every frame when we're in the combat. Like when this becomes the main story fragment being displayed, it will run every frame. So we can only have our breakpoint here. Sometimes, like, we got the breakpoint window right here ready to go. So we should be able to drop a breakpoint right here. And now uncheck that breakpoint. And let's see. Do that. Are we in active combat? It says yes. It shouldn't say yes. So we need to fix that. It shouldn't say we're in active combat. Player death, no. Okay, so let's look at that again. Why did it say that we are still in active combat? Here's the enemy. He's got 0 injuries. Ah, right. Okay. So this code here is recording, is creating that combat record, but it's actually not doing its other job. So the combat record is so that we can print this stuff out later. But its other job is to actually create the change of state necessary. So entities loser index dot injury count needs to go up 1. Yeah, interesting. So we're gonna have to figure out. We're gonna have to figure out more subtle stuff, but that should get us there for now. Injury count isn't right. Oh, right. That's a pointer. I assume pointer. Yeah. Okay. And boom, 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 boom. The dungeon rat dies. So what I can do now, this is where, okay, we can start to improve this a lot more. So combat state, your attack injures the blank dies, lame. Now what we can do is we can go, we've got the game state, combat, game, combat record. We'll call that the record in this scope. So we're going to be relying on it a lot. So we're looking at the record of what's just happened. And, oh, you know what? Right there it already told me more that the record wants to have. Record. My to-do says that we want the game action, player action, and the enemy action. I don't want to store the winner like this, do I? I don't think that helps me at all. So I'm going to do player win this. Okay. Winner equals player entity. I still want these pulled out like this, even though I'm going to access them through the entities array mostly, just because that sort of forms like the labeled parameter version. And then that can come down here and look like that. So if the winner equals the player, then we have the player winner. The player win. And we also want to know about the player action and the enemy action. And I think those are also good candidates for pulling out of the strictly indexed version. And so those can go like this. Player action equals, there's the action we got passed. So that's the only one that's actually a parameter in this instantiation of the system. But that's okay. It will evolve. And we will be ready. Logic. Okay. Now, I can hit the rat, and I can move on when it's dead. So that's all working. What I want to do, though, is I want to say, let's try to think about how I would render these out. Do I always... Yeah, okay. So first thing I'm going to do is say what the enemy did. Switch on the enemy action. All right. Nice, but I also want... Oh, this gets to be so much work to fill in all the details here. What I kind of want to do is I kind of want to say, like, here's a blob, and I'm going to put in there, I'm going to use syntax that wouldn't actually work in C, just to kind of brainstorm without getting locked in. I kind of want to say, take the enemy key, the enemy action, and whether or not they won. So, did they... Variable 1, what's the key to the enemy type? Enemy key. What action did they take? Did they win or not? And have that be a string table lookup. But I could just say there's going to be a lot of... Yeah. Let me think for a minute. The reason this is... Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, so what I need to do to make that work is I have this property system already, so I can attach property, I can attach content to each pair of a key and a property. So I just need to look at the game actions that they can do in combat and so that's going to create 8 properties. Fight success, fight failed, guard success, guard fail, this work though? See, the thing is, this isn't quite right either. I might just do this. I'm gonna just do this sloppy. I'm gonna just do this sloppy for now. We're gonna just sort of make it work as we go, because if they do wait, I don't think I need to say anything. If they do fight or guard, I need to say something. But like, we haven't even figured out how the run state works yet, because that kind of leads into a slightly different flow of combat if they're running than what you would get out of turn-based RPG logic normally. So yeah, let's just write the messages for this part, because I don't even know that the flow of information is correct yet. So I'm gonna just say we can still do the fancy content here and say, look at the enemy key. Oh, you know what we could do? Here's another way we could do it. We could say that moves are going to go here. So move, bite. Move, strike. Right? And then what'll happen is when we are recording this, right. Okay. Now we don't want the game actions. The game actions are a little too low level. We're going to say that they're using moves. The game actions represent something a little wrong for this, I think. They represent like what branch of the game theory grid the action is on. But there's all sorts of different ways to fight, or to flee, or to run, right? So those all have to be represented by separate moves. And then what we do is we say, yeah, we just need, oh yeah, this is better. So we come over here to the list of properties, and we say we have a success property and a fail property, and that's all we need, right? So now we can go QUS fancy content, or QU fancy content, fancy fragment? What's the one that lets me get a fragment? Do I want a fragment though? You know what? This is where we start. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So fancy content, frame arena, alive sister, record, enemy, move, and then we need to figure out whether they succeeded or failed. So success. So the default is fail, and then if this is an enemy win, then succeed. Enemy success. Then success. Prop. That is getting closer. Okay. Player win. We want a player win flag and an enemy win flag, because we want to track those. Oh, success. Success flag. Did they succeed at their goal? So not action, but move, which we need to figure out how to fill that in. And not win, but success. And we check both of them because there's also the possibility of tying. Now, we need to translate actions into moves. And I have an idea for how to do that. So stick this down here. Okay, and let's see. I think I'll stick this in the entity section. Oh, maybe the moves, the combat section. Game key. Game here with combat. Move. This takes a game key and a game action. So then what we'll do is we'll switch on the action and we'll say there's a bunch of defaults. So game action, combat, fight, and the move is QU, game key, strike. Move, strike, break. That's the default fight. The default guard is guard. The default run is run, and the default wait is wait. Okay. And then we can switch on the entity key and replace any of those that need to be replaced. So if we have a rat, let's do key plus act times game key count. So this can be key act. This can be pair of rat and action fight. So if our rat fights, it bites. So the primary limitation of this setup is that everything only has one move for each of its actions. If I wanted to push this further, which I might do, which is something I probably would do if I had more days, if I didn't have 3 days left, is I would say, hey, really what we want to do is make moves primary. So you select entities select moves, not actions. They select moves, and then moves are categorized as one of several different action categories. And so when we do the resolution of combat, we rely on which type of action the move is. So it's sort of, the actions are these big groups. So you're picking the detail of which one you want to do, and then there might be like clusters where like fireball, shoot arrow, and unarmed strike are all different fight actions with different other properties and different flavor text. But I have not got the time to do another reconfig on this yet. So that isn't going to happen here before the end of the jam. We're going to live with everything that has combat capability has one move for each of these four main actions at most. Bite. Okay. So if a rat or a bat does a fight, they will do bite. If a bat does a run, which is something that it will actually do, it'll do a fly. Move, bite, move, strike, move, guard, move, run, move, wait. Move, fly. All right, so there we go. Now, how close are we? So now I have the ability to say there's all these moves in the game, and I want the ability to take whatever the enemy did and plop it down on the screen. Now, the only other issue I'm going to have here is, like, do I really want a success and failure for each of these? I don't want to write the full sentence. So I don't want to have to write, like, the rat tries to bite. The bat tries to bite you separately. I want to be able to plug in. I want to Mad Lib in the type of entity so that I can use the labels from the entity key. But I also don't want to have to write a separate story fragment that has just one line. It's like the blank tried to strike you, the blank tried to bite you. But if I don't, the problem you get is like, okay, the rat tried to guard you, the bat tried to fly you, right? Like, I can't have just one sentence that works for all of them, because one sentence doesn't make sense for all of them. So I feel like I have to settle for each of these does get a story fragment where I can swap in the entity that does the action, but because the way you structure the sentence changes for the verb, and each of these represents a verb in the language sense that I'm presenting through, I can't just have one sentence structure that I can plug in the entity doing it and the verb of what they're doing into a single sentence structure. The other thing is I don't want to have to write a success and fail for each of these. So the question then becomes, if this is a property, that's going to suck, right? Like, I could just grab the label of strike, and it tries to strike is one sentence, and it strikes you is another sentence, but then I can't plug those labels in either. So even that doesn't get me away from the problem. So I think what I want to do is I want to back off of this idea of using a property here. I'm not going to be able to get away from the fact that each of these needs a separate story fragment. That's just going to be the way. That's just the nature of adding moves to the game, is I have to write a description for succeeding and failing at each one. But I can compactify that into less work. Unfortunately, I can't compact it too much. I still have to write a separate file for each Mad Lib in the system. Each story fragment, the story fragments are the Mad Libs. I can't write just like a single line or a couple lines in the string in the key properties file. So, okay. The idea here, though, is So we're going to have an enemy action property, and we're going to say that in combat, whatever the enemy did gets printed here. And so then what happens is we say they tried to do this or they succeeded at doing it by having these story fragments also look at the combat record. So these will only make sense if the combat record is initialized. Maybe that's not a safe assumption, but I think it is, because these are sentences telling you what the enemy just tried to do to you in the context of combat. It's arising here, might only ever plug in to this thing. So let's go. This is going to take a little bit of time to fill out, but it feels like I've got the right pattern figured out now. So we're going to fill out some story fragments. Move, strike, enemy action, QUS, move, let's see, enemy action, enemy move. We're going to call these enemy moves. Enemy move, strike. All right, so that's the pattern. I've got 6 of these to fill out. The legged ghost, great question. The pair macro is not that complicated, but it requires just a little bit of math thinking. So a switch in C can only switch on one variable, right? You can only have one value here. I shouldn't say variable. You can only switch on one value. You put in an integer value here, and you put in all your case constant values through the switch. So if you get into situations where you want to switch on pairs of integers, what can you do? Well, if you know a maximum count, or like a cap, you have a maximum value that each of the integers can take, then this is what I do. I actually only need one max, although I would be concerned about the implications of trying to do it if I didn't have 2 maxes. I think it would not make as much sense. It could be done. It's a little less, you have a little less thinking you have to do to see if it makes sense. But so I have these 2 enums, key and down here action. So game key is like keywords for my game. Action is like actions that happen in my game. And I am switching on a pair of an entity that did an action and the action that they did, right? So what I do is I take the key and add it to the action, and then I multiply that action. So if I just did that, I would get collisions, right? You'd get like action 5 and key 3 look the same as action 3 and key 5. They both add up to 8. But you can make them never collide by taking the action and multiplying it by the maximum value that can never be exceeded, right? So even if I put in an act of 1 and a key of 0, I'm already bigger than the smallest thing I could get with an act of 0 and any key that is valid, right? So assuming key and action stay within their valid ranges, this gives a unique integer to each pair. And so I can just do a regular old switch that uses one value in and one constant for each case to do like pairwise table lookups in a procedural way. Hope that made sense. Who besides me just thought that I spelled bite wrong because I used an I instead of a Y for a moment and then realized that it's actually fine? Is it just me? Or did anyone else have that moment of, wait, is that, looking at it and thinking, wait, is that really right? Is that, looks off. Okay, now we have to sketch out each of those real quick. So I need a boilerplate to copy. This will do, except I don't need this part, and I do need this part and this to get me started. And then let's write out this one. So this is enemy move strike. Okay, so fancy content, frame arena, alive sys, the fancy content. So I need to go into the combat state and remember, yes, I do. Was there actually an alive anywhere in here? There shouldn't be. Oh, there's one at the bottom. Gotcha. Okay. We need that. I get it now. Okay, so I don't know if anyone here who's here now will remember this super clearly, but I was saying I had a confusing problem where I have this concept, a slot in my game state called the combat entity. It is a pointer to the entity which I am currently engaged with in combat. And the confusing thing is when I update to show the new combat state, I still need that combat entity pointer to point to the enemy, even if I just killed it. Because when I've just killed it, I need to show that I've just killed it by showing details about it. So I need access to it still through the same path that I need through the rest of the combat system. But there's this confusing piece of like, wait though, if the whole way you know in this engine, if you're in combat with something, is that it's occupying that slot. That slot tells you that your actions are in the combat state and that you are dealing with that situation. So the answer to this problem that I've just realized is I can go back to zeroing out that combat entity as soon as the enemy dies, because this new idea I've been building towards of having a combat record and driving the combat state from the combat record means that now I can use the combat record to communicate to the system, here is the enemy to reference. So I still can't deallocate it or something. I can't repurpose that entity memory for a different thing. It's still, the dead entity slot is still the dead entity slot, still needs to be there and persist so that I can render from it. But it does not need to be in the combat slot anymore. It can just be held onto in the combat record. Right? The combat record can be the path to remembering that. And that actually makes much more sense. Because now I can freely change the enemy entity however I want. If I beat something, I can say, okay, trigger effects like dropping items, trigger effects like moving this into the list of things we've killed, decrease the population, right? Whatever I need to do, I can modify the enemy state however I want in terms of where it exists and how it is tracked, just completely freely. The only thing I can't do is like turn a rat into a bat because I need to allocate a bat. I can't let the slot be reused for a living bat when I still have a dead rat to deal with. But yeah. Cool. And the reason that would be nice is because here I'm going to have... Wait, is that true? No. Wait. So I know about what move I'm dealing with now, but yeah, I need the enemy entity. And I need the enemy entity so I can grab its label. So the enemy entity is not the move they just did. This is like, this says bite, and this says rat. And then I need to go game property label, because that tells me how to throw the label for that type of enemy into a sentence. The rat. And then the other thing we want to do is we want to look at the record and we want to go, did the enemy have success before we do anything? So this is the strike case. The blank strikes you. Boom. Right? Boom. And yeah, we'll just throw an end of paragraph there so that I don't have to throw it into spam it all over the place. And these things, the enemy, the blank, tries to strike you. See, I don't want to have to go and explain the grammar of how to conjugate your verbs in order to make the Mad Libs work. So this is, I think, the best way to do it, because otherwise I'd have to be like strike versus strikes, tries to strike, strikes, blah 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 blah. Not a good path. Okay, so that's one of these. If I build, we'll immediately hit. Oh, that's not what we're supposed to hit. Ah, yeah, that's supposed to be enemy move. There we go. That's what we're supposed to hit. So these ones haven't been defined yet, right? I did strike, so now I have a template to copy paste to quickly spin out these other ones that we need. Also, my music is dead. It's been dead for a minute. Did my stream die? No, stream is good. Stream is good. Spotify just stopped for a minute, for no reason. Just page failed. Okay. I'm changing to a new playlist, turning up my volume a little. Has anyone in the chat played Inscription? Staggle Ghost, are you now favoring C over C++? Why? Civil disobedience? No, not really that. So the main reason why I first did the switch is that I have an ambition to write a C compiler, and I want to be able to compile my own code with it. I'm not working on that ambition yet. But I also find that I really see no difference. Like, I would use C++ in exactly the same way, with the exception of I would do struct foo instead of the the type def thing here. But I also write a lot of code that other people use now. And C compilers are simpler and faster and all over the world. There's so many more of them than C++ compilers. I feel like I like the fact that C, it feels it feels like, even though it's out of favor, it's not popular to program in the most important ways, it is the least fragile ecosystem. It's the king. Not in terms of popularity or anything like that, but it's when you go to link between two languages, no matter what those two languages are, you're almost certainly using the C APIs still, right? If you want to think about how compilers or debuggers work, even though you might like to think that they are generalized, they actually work in terms of C. It's just the true way. It's the model of computing that everything else is built on. So it's not necessarily the most popular, but it is still we still live in the universe where the C was the Big Bang, and so you get the most out of every other thing if you work from that set of from that layer of the system. Okay, so the blank tries to strike you doesn't make sense because they're guarding. The blank guards themselves. Tries to guard themselves. Themself. Is that a word? I feel like this is one of those things where it's like, yeah, and everyone uses it, it's real. But like a part of my brain's like, I've never actually heard that, have I? Isn't it their self? I don't know if there's a difference, but it feels just slightly like I'm writing wrong if I do it that way, and like I'm writing right if I do it this way. Oh yeah, to answer your question about function define, it's a define for static. So that, right, it's equivalent to doing this, except occasionally you'd want to do a trick. Like occasionally you want to go, oh, undef function static define function DLL export, right, like attribute, right? It lets you control the linkage of files in certain ways and stuff. And also, if you ever want to parse your own code, having my variable and my function, if you do a real C compiler, it doesn't matter. Like, a real C compiler can figure it out. But if you're trying to do a hacked meta program, having that makes a big difference. Wait, their self is not real? The Google I just did seemed to suggest the other way around. Unless I read it upside down. Hold on. Themselves. Like that? Like, this is saying themself is considered informal English and is not commonly used in formal writing. Instead, themselves should be used. Themselves. Look, it sounds plural. Look at this, right? Don't know if that's credible. Let's Wait, now these people are saying their self is less standard, but themself is. I'm finding a lot of disagreement about what's even standard. But it seems like they're also talking about their selves. These all sound plural to me. Themselves, since it used to refine it. Please see myself. Huh. Now they're saying their self is the less common one on this one. Okay. Yeah, it does kind of make sense, right? If they is a singular pronoun, then themselves is a singular guards themselves. The rat guards themselves. Their self sounds so much better to me. I don't know why that is shunned and informal. That sounds like what I think I probably say. Guards their self. That is like I definitely say it this way. It feels crazy to me. I'm gonna just have to write a sentence that doesn't use any of these reflexive pronouns. Guards themselves. Blank. Guards. Oh, I'm gonna get so stuck on this. Guards against you. Tries to guard against you. There we go. And now notice the reason we're doing all these separate files, all this extra boilerplate, is just because I need this little, like, I'm doing all these separate little strings that I could have plugged into the table over here, except that each one of them needs one blank. And I don't have any way to do blanks except as these whole separate files every time. That is part of the reason why I need a story engine, so that I don't have to do this sort of thing by hand, so that I can just sort of fuse it all into one medium. In that case, success and failure aren't really relevant to the description of the action. Great. Okay. So if I've done this right, what should we see? The content here looks up into my key properties table and finds a match for the move, byte, and the key, or the property. So the key is the byte move, and the property is the enemy move property, which then finds this story fragment. And since the rat can't succeed at biting me, I will see the rat, the dungeon rat, tries to bite you. Let's take a look. Thoroughly fight. The dungeon rat tries to strike you. Why is the dungeon rat trying to strike me? The rat fight. To move equals bite. Key act, key act, key act. Well, here's a question. Did I... Enemy move. Alright, debugger. So, back to my question from a moment ago. Has anyone here played Inscription? Okay. Move is 0. Combat fight, move is strike. Matthias, since you've played it, I'll send this comment your way. So I am not playing my music through the stream, but I've been starting this new playlist. I build like my own playlists of video game music, and the music from the bit where you are I'm trying not to spoil it too much for everyone who hasn't played it but should definitely have it on their list. The music from the bit where you meet the magical scribe, and there's like, while you're fighting, there's like these things dance around on the screen to the music. I found it, like, it just popped up as a recommendation, and I've realized it's one of my absolute favorites. Oh, we're done, Brett. We're done. Huh? The key is archaeologist. Wait, what? Enemy? Player? Oh, we have a problem. Whoops. Okay, that's a huge step forward. That's a huge step forward. I forgot to add in the periods here and here. All right, let's try. Explore thoroughly. Guard against the rat. The dungeon rat tries to bite you. Your attack injures the dungeon rat. That's not right. I didn't attack. Oh, you know what? This should also be talking about what move I did. The good news is we don't have to do so many of these, because the player can't do all of the moves. Right? I don't have to cover the whole list. The player's only ever going to strike, guard, run, and wait. You strike the label. Whoops, we still want the combat enemy, entity though. You fail to strike the label. All right, there's strike. Guard against the label. You try to guard against the label. Yeah, so the cool thing is, while I don't feel like any of this writing is final, like these lines I'm filling in are lame, and they're not even communicating everything that I need them to, and they might need to have more details in them and stuff. This feels like a good structure because I can now see where, when I go to make each piece richer, where that will need to go. And if a piece doesn't need to get more rich, it just sort of sits there and keeps working, which is the feeling that I am looking for. So, excuse me for one moment. Okay. Oh no! These said play enemy success. Player move run, player move wait, player move guard, and player move strike. Okay, this one I did get. Good. So now, the combat state, yeah, that's going to get real robotic. And the way I will unmake it robotic, the way I'll make it unrobotic, is that these things are building blocks, but I won't always have them exactly in this order. My plan is that, like, if you run away, you won't see what the enemy did if you run away successfully, right? If you sit and watch and they sit and watch, there will often maybe be a alternative to fill in there, right? Like, you watch each other or something. Better flavor text. But I don't want to have... I want a good blanket of defaults that are good enough. And that was a little tricky to find for this. But I think that this is a good way to make a default blanket of things that are good enough. And it's close to manageable. It's a little bit much, but it's close. Okay, so now let's try again. I should be able to guard from the rat, and it won't this time tell me that my attack injures the rat. I guard. The dungeon rat tries to bite you. Where is... What? Player move. Where's the player move? I go in. I guard against the rat. There you go. You guard against the rat. Okay, so when you guard against the rat, I need it to do one additional thing, which is not happening right now. So there's this mechanic I want, which is if I do a defensive position, I get a boost in my combat score for the round, but I don't deal damage if I win. What happens is I get better footing. And if you have better footing, then you get a bonus to your combat score, whether it's for fighting, guarding again, or running away, right? It's just a bonus that you get until you stop guarding. So let's go implement this extra feature. And this is where it's going to be good that we did make the player an entity, because I want the enemies to be able to do the same thing. I want an enemy who guards to be improving their footing so that you know that, like, if I fight this thing and it guards, then I wasn't able to get through its guard. So I don't know how tough it is, but I'm not tough enough to get through its guard. Maybe I would be tough enough to get through its fight, but it also just improved its footing, and it might do that several times. Brett, nice. A job listing behind a. It sounds like what's wrong? It sounds like a glorified programmer's scavenger hunt kind of thing, which is cool. Okay, so entity. So when you create an entity, its footing will be at 0, and then if it succeeds at guard, it should improve its footing. Where do I do Yeah, it's like improved footing. Ah, here it is. So right here, the winner, we're just going to do QU combat improve footing. There will be a cap on how good your improved footing can get. So what that will mean is that we're going to do winner index. If this works, you do this. Otherwise, you just get now. All right, I don't know for sure, but it might be good if the amount of improved footing could be set by the stats. So like some creatures will have the ability to like guard up and up and up and up and up and get tougher and tougher, so that it's like every time you hit them, they're getting harder to break kind of deal, and they have really high caps, but you have a cap of like 3 or something, because you know your fightman is usually 2 or 4 depending on what sort of character you are. So like the amount of boost you can get from positioning yourself and finding your footing and getting the exact right timing is a sum, but it shouldn't be a crazy amount. I like that. That seems like I'm convinced. So here we go. If you're a thief, then your footing... Oh, see, this gets fun. What if the thief should have a little bit more... Yeah, the thief should be able to raise their footing 3 times, I think. Well, a thief isn't... No. I'm going to actually take that back. While it sounds kind of neat, I think it's actually the wrong idea. Thieves don't get better and better. Like, the thief character is, like, sneaking around, surprise, sneak attack, surprise. If they defend themselves... they're already kind of operating the wrong way, right? They're already on the back foot. And their best bet is to get out of combat, not to sit there and take hits. Right? They're supposed to get away from fight, not be a tank. Now, the Beast Slayer and the Archaeologist will both be better in that way. They'll both be able to sort of hang in there in a fight and get tougher through the fight. Now, the Rat does not, and the Bat does not. They have no ability to improve their footing. Okay. It does raise another question for me, which is, do I always want you to improve your footing one step at a time? And for now, I think I'll just leave it at yes. I do want that. But it might be kind of fun if, like, like, you know, the Beast Slayer and the Archaeologist are gaining 2. Like, it's a more significant jump than if you gain 1. Having to guard 4 times to max out your footing. Yeah, it might give cool opportunities too, though, for like, if you guard 3 times in a row, then you trigger the thing to just give up and walk away. So if you actually want to beat it, depending on what it is, you have to figure out a way to keep it coming at you, like let it hit you once so that it'll stay, or have some bait that'll keep it engaged or something. I'm not sure, but I'm going to leave it at going up by 1s for now. I can always just plop back in here and fill out more stats for everybody. Later. So, improve footing, the function is going to be like this. If B32 result equals 0, if the entity's footing is less than the footing cap, then they did improve their footing and they got footing up 1, return result. Now, the other thing we need to zero out their footing if they don't guard, right? So, guard, yeah. So if I wanted that to happen, what I'd have to do is say, hey, look, here we've plugged in their actions. Let's do lose footing. Well, you don't want to lose footing right away because it's not just for guarding. Like, I want you to be able to use the bonus from your footing for one action that's not guard. So what we'll do is we'll say after we've run resolutions, this is where we count scores. Here you count your score. Lose footing for not guarding. We'll do a quick loop on each entity if the actions of that member of the combat system is not equal to wait, this isn't quite right. It's close, but I want you to lose your footing for another reason. The other reason to lose your footing is if you don't win. Right? So you have to be the winner to keep your footing too. If you go into guard but they break your guard, it's not good. If you go into guard and they run away or something, you don't get footing for that, right? Yeah, we want to say if your action is not game action combat guard, or if you yourself are not the winner, then you lose your footing. And we'll add in the other. This is tough. I want to maybe let you know when you've lost your footing. Maybe I won't do that for if you're the. Yeah. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll say, if entities. Interesting. Yeah, we'll just leave this as like a to-do combat record, lose footing for, the future. Maybe not something that I want to try to fit in and polish up in the next 3 days, but it's an interesting thought. At the very least, when you improve your footing, it'll tell you if you, something I actually probably should think about is like static info, like stat blocks. and things you're carrying, like over on the left, how much time a game, like how much game time has been simulated. Stuff like that is probably necessary for learning and getting your bearings. Because otherwise you have to like piece it together. There's nothing constant. Every time you click, the screen updates and changes and shows you something new. So there's no through line unless you manually pay attention to the details and start tracking things. So I think at least being able to see like, okay, I can see some stats on the left of what aspects of the game simulation are being updated. Will be important just to make it feel like you can actually get your bearings in the game's logic. Okay. Okay, so what I haven't done yet is when you guard, this sentence here, or this part of the sentence, can very easily be wrong if you didn't actually improve your footing. So what I need to do is look at the record. So if player success, then you're the one who improved your footing or guarded, right? We want to look at the record, and we want to look at the outcome code. We want to ask, does that equal improved footing? Then you can say you improved your footing. Otherwise, you just say you guard against the blank, right? So there we go. So let's go try to max out our footing for fun. Guard. You guard against the dungeon rat. That didn't say I improved my footing. Remedy. Excuse me. No, out. Build. What is this? Entities. Weird. That might have been the whole problem. Maybe I just didn't succeed at rebuilding like I thought I did. Explore thoroughly. Guard against the rat. Improve my footing. Show me. And gain better footing. Guard against the rat. And gain better footing. See, there needs... what just happened there? The game stay updated, but nothing on the screen changed. That's a problem. I need to have some amount of transition animation or something. Like, at the very least, a sound... like, something that confirms that what you did click on happened and that what you're seeing is new. Even if time ticking is all I had for the jam, I think that it's important. Right now, it's like, it's not only visually unhelpful, it's actually a problem. It fails to communicate the most important thing, which is changes in state happening through the writing. Guard. Okay, now you can see after a few guards where it didn't look like anything was happening. Now when I guard, I'm not getting better footing. I'm gonna run. Resolution, chase. Oh, not implemented. Okay, so we're gonna come back to that. I do want to do that, but I'm gonna do that last because the weight one actually we can like we can just test right away. wait. Tries to bite. Yeah, so this is a little funny. If I had time to do, yeah, like a screen shake would be good. I'm thinking like because sometimes it's the same thing between one, um, sometimes it's the same screen between one and the other, but sometimes it's two different screens. So shaking makes sense if you think it's the same between both, but trying to figure out if it's going to be the same could be tough because even if it's the same story fragment, the Mad Lib might cause it to be a little different. So I think something that's like a fade in or out, like transition between two things, right? It looked like I had one thing and it was the same thing, but it's actually two separate things that just looked identical back to back. And so I think a transition is more what I'm thinking, but I can imagine a transition that's like the transition I have in my head is the text fades except for the button you clicked, which like it fades as well, but it also like blows up. The problem with that is I don't have enough font juice in the system to blow up things, to rescale text smoothly. It could be also like a like you click this and the current thing will blink away in a frame, like a couple frames, so just a few frames, like 2 or 3 frames, it's faded out, and then the new thing like rolls in, what's the word I'm looking for? The new thing you can't see my hands, right? This is the screen, right? The text stays put. The text isn't moving, but it starts black, and then like it's almost like a clip rectangle, but with a soft gradient at the bottom. That's what I picture. I think that's something I could do pretty easily for the jam, at the least. Okay, so if I wait, I don't like the flavor text, but the rat's hit just does no good. It tries to bite you. You wait and watch the dungeon rat. If this was better text, I think it'd be something like, you tries to bite you, but you ignore it, right? I wouldn't actually have it be two separate sentences, but trying to come up with a sentence for every combination was killing me. So this would be like one where I'd put in another flavor, which is if I'm trying to combine that they attacked and I waited and their attack still failed, that there's a special case there, because there's something unique about that case. In fact, all of the wait cases probably are a little unique. Like if I wait and the other person also waited, I wouldn't want it to be like they wait and watch you, you wait and watch them. I would want it to be like you watch each other, right? Because when you were waiting and watching, if you get, and the other thing that's interesting is like if I do this and they hit, then I don't want it to say you wait and watch. So yeah, a lot of the cases where you rest for a turn, it's almost like that doesn't need to get printed unless nothing else happens. Yeah. Okay, we can polish that up. That's fixable. Let's try that approach. So we only show something if, this just means like putting in descriptions for the wait moves was pointless, but if not that, if it's not a wait move, then we do this. If they are both wait moves. You might be thinking, why would you ever wait? Why would the enemy ever wait? But this is a story game. So waiting might be a way to ease the tension in a situation and unlock a dialogue tree instead of going into combat. What if you find a bear and you stand still and stare at each other, and that unlocks a special move, which is to not run away, but to back up slowly, which you wouldn't normally have as an option because it's not usually relevant. But if you think to wait, and the bear waits, maybe you unlock a different way to interact through the combat system than what's usually there. Maybe if moves relate to the actions later on, and I have lots of moves, then waiting isn't just one move. Waiting is the action class that contains just sitting and waiting and watching, but also meditating or charging energy or something like that. Or maybe waiting corresponds to the actions that you can do to, like, say you're working out solving a puzzle in the dungeon, like you're trying to fix a mechanical thing that is broken about a door while you are being attacked. And you have to decide between finishing the combat, which is unlikely to succeed, or trying to fix the door so you can get through and run. How will I simulate that you're not taking combat actions? It's because there's a wait option, right? In the combat's like core logic. That's the thinking. Label. If you encounter a bear, you might start with this and then have, hey, special additional things are getting unlocked here, or the next time you do this, the bear approaches you slowly and you have a new action down here. Or maybe you both stand still and watch each other quietly in another situation, and then you unlock dialogue trees, or the ability to, instead of fighting this thing, make it a pet, right? You find a dog, and because you didn't attack right away and it didn't attack right away, other options become available. I wait. So now when it tries to bite me, we don't say anything about me waiting. All right. Okay. So that's the wait system. I need to be able to run away. Okay. Let's take a look. So, if I'm gonna run, that's actually gonna take us through a different. Oh, I didn't do the tie case. You know what? Yeah, I need to deal with that too. Let's do these top to bottom. So the reason I can't do ties very easily right now is that the rat always does 0 or 1 fight score, and I always do 2 to 4. So for testing purposes, me and the rat are both going to do exactly 2. Fight. Okay, so we both failed. You see that? It showed a fail for both of us, which is cool. And just drops you right back into combat. So, why don't I have to do... I guess the only thing I need... Outcome code... I mean, even... Yeah, this is just like... I don't need to do anything. Cool. Okay, I am going to take a roughly 5-minute break to use the bathroom. I'll be back. If you're hanging out in the chat... I'll see you in a minute. But if you are not hanging out in the chat and therefore aren't hearing this message, what I've done is I've pulled up a giant blank panel and made really big letters like this so that I can say, be back in about 5 minutes or less. All right, hopefully that's good. I'm back. My Spotify is dead again. Stream is not. Oh, let's see. No. Maybe go back to this stuff. Yeah. Yep, that's going. That's going. All right, we're good to go. Okay. Thank you, Brett, for doing the bookkeeping for me. I would not want to shortchange the audience any minutes that I don't need to. All right. The running system. How hopefully this just works, because it was quite a lot just to get the first big branch of combat fully figured out there. Like, that's what have we been doing this for 3 hours and 11 minutes? Subtract the 3 minutes for running to the bathroom. That's like 3 hours and 8 minutes, 7 minutes. Maybe some 5-10%. Maybe some 5-10% of it was chatting with the chat or explaining myself in other ways or something, but that's still like 3 hours ish, almost. And it took that long just to get the entire system associated with this type of combat resolution. So I want to take a minute and talk about, why is this so complicated? I have 2 theories. Maybe RPGs are always this complicated. I will admit that I've never built a turn-based RPG. I built like something close to an action RPG on a couple of occasions or something, but like turn-based RPGs have some complicated, like, oh, it's that on this turn this got done, and so generate. It's like you're trying to. It seems simple, but there, I can imagine, having worked on this, it might always be this hard to like get the thing to generate the right menu, figure out what state are we supposed to have gotten into, how did we not get there, how do we fill in the text for all these different things. I'd be very curious. In fact, I've got it on my to-do list as one of the projects I'd love to do at some point, is to grab an old school roguelike like Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, which has procedural generation, which would be fun to look at. It also has a log of combat turns, and a strict time system and stuff that I'd love to see how they implemented it. I wonder if there are any open source turn-based RPGs. Like, too bad there's no open source Pokemon game, because I think that would be fascinating to learn from. But maybe there's something similar. I don't know. Well, no Final Fantasy games that are open source, probably. But anyway, if it's not because RPGs are always so complicated, the other reason that I think it might have been complicated is because I am insisting on handling so many different sort of paths through the system, because it's not really about taking turns hurting each other like it normally is. It's masquerading as that, but I'm also trying to actually make it fuse in with story, like interactive story tropes, or I'm trying to fuse interactive story tropes with turn-based combat. So there are things like the player and the enemy take their turns simultaneously. And the reason for that is because I think it leads to more interesting, like, now whatever choice you make is going into like a decision matrix and coming out with a new outcome. And that feels better for storytelling to me, because I can tell more realistic stories, and I want to drive the system towards making the story feel more believable than what it could if I was using a traditional interface to a roguelike. And so I don't think I would have, for instance, had to do the thing where I'm like, okay, if they run and I fight, how does that work? If they fight and I guard, if they wait and I fight, like there's all these combos that happen simultaneously. And usually in a turn-based RPG, you at least have I take a turn. I calculate how my turn resolves by looking at the properties of my attack versus the properties of their defense, and apply the state change, see if I've won, and then they take a turn. And maybe there's like complexity in who gets to take turns when certain moves go ahead of others and stuff. But having each side takes a turn, and then those go into a matrix of resolutions, right? Something like this thing I had to draw earlier to figure out, like, you see this? Do you see the like matrix there, the combination? Leads to like an n squared explosion. It's not fully n squared because it reduces back down to less than n squared things, but there's an n squared piece of it, which is two incoming action types have to get resolved to a resolution type, but the number of resolution types is actually smaller than n squared because I don't have a unique resolution for each square. But even within that, it's like, okay, here was one resolution type. I still broke it out into smaller outcome details and stuff. So maybe it is n squared. Maybe that is what I did to myself to make this hard. It's interesting. Okay. Yeah, I would be so into it. I would probably read the code on stream someday if we had a Pokemon Red or Blue decompile. That'd be fascinating to play with. So let's say if I'm in a chase sequence, so we haven't done any of these three branches. We did this resolution branch, which is somewhat, at least one of the characters is trying to hurt the other one, trying to fight, and neither of them are running away. Chase is one is trying to fight and the other is trying to flee. And so the resolutions here, or the resolution here gets more interesting because before, when we had a tie, we just recurse back to the state we were in. I think that might be similar to here for now. Yeah, we could, like, I can imagine more, like, so things I can imagine are, like, if you're running, and you're being chased, maybe if you're both going at the same speed, then what does it come down to? Well, when one person's faster than the other, it comes down to the person, if the hunter is faster, they catch you, and that's it. If you gotta fight, right? If the prey is faster, it comes down to they get away and they, lose the hunter, and the hunter might come back, but for a time, the prey puts enough distance between them that they can operate safely for a bit. But if you're moving at the same speed, it comes down to who has more stamina. And there's no energy restriction yet. I think that would be basically required as another piece of this to really make the storytelling work the way I want. Just because there are places where it's like you're exploring and you are managing resources. And I talked about this earlier. I think a big part of making these games interesting, like RPGs and stuff, and roguelikes, is trading off between renewable resources and non-renewable resources. And so items, consumables like potions, spell scrolls, keys, these are non-renewable resources. Energy and to some extent health is more of a renewable resource, although health renews more slowly and perhaps more difficultly. It can be prevented more easily because you want the punishment for getting wounded to be heavy. but it can come back. It can be, you can heal. But energy is like, okay, I got away, I found a safe spot, I can rest. And resting gets you back to all your energy, right? So you just need to get back to safe. So anything you can do through energy, you want to do it that way. And yet that can create tensions where it's like the only way to get away from the predator is to have more energy than them. But I already used a bunch of energy trying to save myself from using my spells. So now I don't have the energy I needed because I was trying to use it wisely earlier, and you got to get more strategic. You got to be like, oh, I don't want to get too low on energy, so maybe I will use a scroll spell, right? That kind of thinking. So I'm not interested in damage calculations in looking at something like Pokemon, right? The reason I'm interested in looking at Pokemon is to see how they structure the interface coding. Like, how do they control the flow of states? How do they, what is the, and this is why a decomp would be interesting, but not as useful. I want to see how they manage to construct the flow of like, oh, this character hit them with this, and so we're showing that message, and when we press A, we move on to the next. How do you, what is the state flow there, and how are they creating the messages with plug-in spaces where the gaps get filled in properly, and the animations too, they play at the right time to correspond with each step of the unfolding thing, right? Turn-based RPGs are just like that whole part of it, the authoring of the state machines or whatever it is that controls what you show next. Having worked on this, I'm very curious how other people structure that. Okay. So, without energy though, I'm going to do this without energy. I'm going to just like I did on the combat one. Ties can just go on indefinitely. If you don't want to be stuck in an indefinite tie, you gotta try a different play, right? So, chase. If the one running is faster, they get away. End of combat. If the one chasing is faster, they catch up and they can do a hit. They can deal a hit. And that hit is scored using a fight score. So if you're running away from something weaker than you, if you're running from a rat, but it's faster than you, then it might not do any damage, but it keeps catching up with you, right? So you don't get out of the combat loop still. And if you're tied, then you just do another round of combat, but no one gets hit. That's pretty much it. Okay. So, Okay, so we still want to write down into the log who the winner was. Why did I not... I'm just gonna call that the combat round outcome so that I don't need like separate enums for each sub branch or something. And then over here, this is just the outcome instead of the outcome code. And then this is just like outcome equals improved footing. Right, outcome round, right, okay. Here, fight out, round out, outcome, outcome code becomes outcome. Game action combat. Okay. If we have a winner, we put the winner in the winner putter. We also grab the loser index here. Okay, so if one side wins, then the winner is put into this pointer here. And then we want to see, did the winner try to fight or try to run? Because that'll tell us more about what kind of win this was. So this is outcome. If the winner was trying to fight, and this is outcome, game combat, round outcome. Do I just want to say land a hit again? Or do I want to say catch up? I think it's important to say catch up, because even though they're both going to have the same effect right here, which is land a hit, which, you know, I should probably do, is just go like combat land hit, and then throw in the winner and loser like this, so that if I want to make that fancier in the future, I'm prepared for that. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to move this over here, pop over there, combat. Land a hit. Hitter, QU game entity. Target. Improve footing. Hit. No return. And for now, that's just this guy. Target injury count plus equals 1. So this guy just gets injured. This guy is ignored. But if I want to, I can start going like, oh, the guy hitting you actually does poison half the time. Let's roll for that. Or, you know, the guy hitting you does double injuries because he's so big or whatever. So that is set up. And of course, as this expands, it would also probably add in like QU game move. What's the move they're doing? Show me that. Don't have don't have that much. It's not that detailed yet. Things only hit one way when they hit. Okay. So refresh Snap or Spotify again. Outcome. Catch up. This one. Combat. Okay. So if the winner was the one who did the run action, then the outcome is get away. You know, I didn't add ties, but I think I would go back and do that. So this is going to be called even match, something like that. And this is going to go up here as just the default. So what'll happen is if you went into the fight path and neither side came up on top, you do it that way. And similarly, this would go even chase. Close. Chase. Chasing. I mean, alternatively, I could just say tie, but then I don't want you to have to go and look at the resolution, I think is what I'm starting to think. So default close chase, and you know what that means? I don't need an oopsie fallback like I used to. Cool. So yeah, we've got the even chase, close chase here, catch up, and the getaway cases. In the getaway case, you don't land a hit. We do need to figure out how in the getaway case you get to end combat. Well, we haven't done the ending combat though. We should go fix that. That's not a thing yet. But we can at least test. Let me start checking off which. So we've done fight and fight, yes. Fight and guard, yes. Fight and run, we're about to do fight and wait, we've done. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to think of if there's. Oh, you know what? I can't just do land a hit. I still have to do at least you. It's a one-sided, but you have to do fight scores still. Right. Just because you catch up doesn't mean you land a hit. So we got to calculate the fight scores, and we have to say if the fight score of the loser is less than the fight score of the winner. Boom. But I think I want to do one other thing. So first of all, let's go look at the fight score calculation rule. Yeah, it doesn't know that if you're running, you can actually have a fight score, but you can't if you're running. if you did the run action, your fight score is just your min. Just same as if you waited, right? Oh. Ah. Eeh. Whoops. Forgot something. Alright. Catching it now. Okay. Combat fight score. Here's the entities. I'm gonna switch to passing the entities down. I'm gonna have to grab the stats from that because we want to combine the fixed stats that are like the fixed stat block with the entity's footing score. And you get better footing in both types of score. Your footing helps with both of those. I don't see the problem. Oh, I see the problem. Entities. By the way, Brett, are you still here? So Brett, I was telling you yesterday about the Chip 8 emulator project. Voxel Riffs, who is in the chat with us right now, he's been hanging out tonight. He's the person who introduced me to it, and he has a YouTube video of his work building a Chip 8 emulator. I'm gonna see if I drop the link. Tell me if that got censored or not, because I think links get censored, but I don't know if I am special. I mean, I know that I am, but what I mean is I don't know if I'm special to Twitch. Awesome. So yeah, I totally understand if doing the Chip 8 thing is not the project you want to go for, but there's the video. He's literally the guy who got me interested in it. So while he's here, it reminded me that I should show you his video about it. Brett, no, your link is all start out. I definitely have link censored. That's not a question. The only question is if censorship applies to me or not. Which apparently does not. I would like to fix that. I couldn't find it in the 5 minutes before I started streaming, and I clicked around. There's about 100,000 buttons on the Twitch dashboard. Okay. So now we can say there's catch up and hit, catch up and hit, catch up and land hit, and just catch up, right? So if you get this far, you catch up. If you get this far, you catch up and you land a hit. Yeah, I could change my name to Mr. Fourth Programming, but I'm gonna... I don't care that much. I guess I should. Brand consistency and all that. We need to figure out if this is working. I want to check the combat state and see if... Yeah, so if I run away successfully... I think in order to make this fully work, I'm going to need... In order to make this fully work, I am going to need to upgrade the tracking of the active combat check in the way that we discussed a little bit ago. Because now we have ways of getting out of combat that are supposed to work without the entity dying. So yeah, let's walk through what this does. I'm going to just take a look at this in the debugger, because I don't really have... I feel like I'm lacking the intuition of like how the pieces relate to each other in this case. And I want to see the code do its thing, and then make a plan. I'm going to run away. Okay, so we grab a couple of run scores. What are our scores? How did we do? The player, got a 4. The rat got a 6. That means the rat, I can't run away from the rat. It's too fast. Fast little critter. So, winner is index number 1 now. So we're gonna do... Oh, yeah, the winner was the one who did the fight. So we're going to do outcome catch-up. Now we're calculating fight scores. Okay, I need to see the fight scores. Right, we hacked in different fight scores from before, so we both have the same fight score, which means it does not succeed at actually hurting me. And so, it catches up to me, but it does not land a hit. Now, we take a look. Neither of us get to keep our footing if we had any, which we didn't. I did the run move. He did the bite move. And... It's not showing me the combat state. Why is that? This is still up in this part of the switch. Right. No. Once we fill the combat record, we always show combat state. That's kind of how this is going to work. So you go into the combat mode, you resolve around a combat, you make a combat record, and then you look at the combat state. The combat state is going to be based entirely on the combat record now. So let's start doing that. I feel like I see where this is going. There's a few things that'll be busted. And the first thing I know we're going to have to do is the combat record needs to include the player entity pointer and the enemy entity pointer. And that way, when we go to show combat state, we don't need to grab these from, at least from that source. What we'll do is we'll say, grab these from the record now, player entity. The player entity is never going to change, but maybe someday there won't be a player entity. Maybe someday this will be entity A and entity B. Maybe this will be telling the story of two things fighting, and you're not either one of them. You're not the player. Why not? Right? So put the player entity and the enemy entity together in the record, and that's how we get access to them. So let's track down all the places where we used get combat entity. Okay. Active combat. This is simple. From now on, all this has to do is say, you're in active combat if the combat entity does not equal 0. That's all there is to it. That's what active combat means. Get combat entity, that, it doesn't matter, that's not one of the call sites. Here we go. Combat action. Yes, this makes sense. This can't reach into the combat record because this is not the point where we have finished a combat round. This is the point where we're beginning a combat round. At the beginning of a combat round, the place that supplies who's in combat is the game state that we're grabbing these from. That's just the declaration. Player move guard. Yeah, so these need to go and get the enemy entity now. Wait, there's no combat encounter. Oh, this is the right. We haven't even talked about this one because this was already written before we started, and it wasn't a part of the hard part of the problem. This is the beginning of the combat encounter. So what's unique about this is a combat round hasn't happened yet. This is alerting the player that a combat round, the combat system is about to take like we're about to enter into combat state in the system. Right? So this is like freeform. This could be any piece of story information. The fact that it's grabbing the combat entity is just because this particular piece of story is you've run into something in the dungeon. It loads that thing up into the combat entity, tells you combat starting, and the next thing you do is make a decision about what your first action is in the first combat round. Decide combat. Decide combat. So this also should grab the game state combat entity, and this should only be reachable when there is a combat entity, because these decide fragments are that's the word I use to mean the player needs to we need to make a decision about what verb to use, what action to use, right? So this is not verbs connected to objects. This is verbs connected to states. We're in the combat state, and so one way or another the player is going to need to decide. So if we go back a step, at the beginning of a combat encounter, the player provides a combat decision, right? And this is what describes what combat decisions look like. This one is just a record, 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 done. All right, how did we do? What? What do you mean there's no combat entity? Game state combat entity is not a member of game state. Oh. logic. Take me into the dungeon. I explore thoroughly. A dungeon rat. Get away. The dungeon rat bites you. Okay, so this is the next problem. It's true. The rat did succeed. And I did fail. And the rat's action was to bite. And my action was to run. But it's not actually true that the dungeon rat succeeded at biting me. You see, there's a trick happening here that is not being captured in the way we wrote a handler for the first case, which is that there are two different checks now, right? The first check is the chase check. And the rat is faster than me. So it is succeeding at the chase check, and we are putting that into the combat record. But then it is failing its bite check. So it's true that it has succeeded in the sense that we only track that first check in the combat record. But the thing it succeeded at was catching up to me, not at biting me. And so it's incorrectly reporting that the move it chose, which was bite, is the thing that succeeded. And we need to have a better plan than that. So a really rich option would be that we track all the checks and that the set of checks we run translates into the thing we describe on the screen. This is like just a log, essentially, of all the checks and their outcomes and the final effects of things. My music stopped again. There we go. But I don't really want to push it that hard. I don't feel like I've got a full idea of how that would look yet, and I don't want to go down the let's meta talk here. Coming close to 4 hours. I'm not going to go to 4.5 hours. I'll probably wrap up in 15 or 20 minutes. So it looks like we've succeeded at building the combat system, but we didn't get to do anything else, which is fine. So, I think that all I need to do for now is to say for each of the main paths of resolution that happen here, because remember we remembered that what resolution path we took, so we'll know that a chase happened. So each one of them, we're just going to write a different combat state printer. And let's see. These are fine because these are just reporting deaths. This is fine because it's providing decision options. If appropriate. This is fine because it's the restart option. I'm way off. Okay, source, jams, quest, story. Oh, Brett, are you here? I have something funny to show you. Nice. So here's what I wanted to show you. A common theme in roguelikes, and as much as possible, I'm taking all the common story tropes of roguelikes into this. One of those themes is the idea that your goal is ascension. It doesn't really explain what that means beyond get the Amulet of Yendor or the Orb of Zot at the bottom of the dungeon and get back out with it, usually. Sometimes there's a little more. But since ascension is a thing, I decided that I would make this real. That's just for you. Hithouse, what is Zoxide for opening files? Tell me about that. Die. Start from the beginning. And ascension. Start from the beginning. Nice. I don't know why. I don't think I see the relevance. I mean, I was just navigating files, but like, I'm not using CD here. Like, and I got, partial matching. What does it do that doesn't do? Okay, I feel like we're close. What I haven't finished is I was going through these and I got distracted, but I was going through these to see which ones of these can be the same no matter what resolution type we have. I think this is the only part that I need to throw inside of a switch. And so we're going to look at the record and we're going to say, what resolution type was this? And hold on, before we go too far, do that. Throw that in there. Now, case. Game combat resolution. Fight. So that's the fight resolution right there. Here's the chase resolution. So it's just different, right? Success always here. success meant we have a lot of work to do, because fighting can happen when someone's fighting, it can happen when someone's guarding, it can happen when someone's waiting. Chasing can only happen when one person is fighting and the other is running. So all we have to do is figure out which one did the run and write a special. Right. We got like 2 cases. We'll just write this. If player move is QU game key action. If player move is QU. If player action. Do I have player action in the record? I think I eliminated that. I don't want to have to use the moves for this. Okay, fixing that first. So move, we need the moves and the actions. Player move. If player action equals QU game action run combat run. So if the player did the running, then, okay, possibilities. If the player did the running and succeeded, then we write you got away from the label. If the player ran, and the enemy succeeded, then you aren't fast enough to try to run, but aren't fast enough to get away from the label. If the outcome is a catch, up and land hit, it catches up on you and blinks. Man, this doesn't work because we don't have verb conjugation. Remember this whole thing? Now we have to go and use these things. So up here when we did fight resolution, we said, so this is player run case. This is oh, yeah, no. In C, if you put foo bar, this is just equivalent. I mean, not literally equal. This is, okay. Here's the part where C is silly. There's no way to compare strings without a function, right? You gotta do this. But, yeah, this, right? If that looks like nonsense, I apologize. That's the C way of trying to say this is equal to this. But not pointer comparison. Now if you add like spaces here, then you gotta add spaces here, right? It's just, it puts them. This is really useful because you can do things like you can make a macro. So you can be like, all right, I have my macro, super, and it goes like, foo, wild, super wild, foo, dash, wild, dash, bar, right? It's like this. I mean, it's not the greatest magical thing of all time ever, but it's a useful trick for it's a useful thing for putting strings together sometimes. Yeah. Player run successful case. Player run enemy catch up case. If you run, the enemy catches up, and they land a hit, I think all I'll do is I'll come up here and say, what happened up here happens here. We now just print the success message for their move. If they try to bite you, they bite you. If they try to strike you, they strike you. Right? Whatever. Man, I'm feeling you, Brett. I am at the end of my candle here, and luckily I'm close to done. I'm kind of just like, it's mostly just like plugging in these messages now, because I know the structure is in place. It's just a matter of writing in the messages in the spots where I know they need to go. But it's burning my brain doing all this writing and plugging spots in. Okay, neither succeeds. So player success, yes, no. Enemy success, yes, no. So this is even chase. You run from the label, and it chases, staying right on your heels. Either way, end of paragraph right there. Okay, so that's what happens. That's what happens if the player runs. Then we just have to do enemy run case. If the enemy was the one who ran, and let's copy the structure, drop all the guts. Oops, that's too much guts to drop. Okay, if the enemy is successful, if the player is successful, so the player is the one chasing this time, and if it's an even chasing. Okay, the player, these are enemy run player catch up, enemy run even chase, player run player run even chase. Okay. All right. The enemy successfully runs away. We write the blank. Wait, why don't we just do... That means they use a run move and succeeded. Why don't we just do... They get to print their pretty message. So if they fly away, it says they fly away. Yeah, the bat flies away. Right, so this, if they run successfully, this prints. Or if they don't, one of their, whatever is the flavor text for their version of retreating prints. And the enemy player catches up case means that we write something like, same thing again, we write what they tried to do. And then we write why don't we do this? This is getting cheeky, but I think this actually works. The blank tries to fly away, but you catch them. But the enemy tries to blank away. So I gotta do the run. Enemy run. Tries to run away, comma. But can't get away. And then we'll go ahead and print the player move. Success in this case here. Okay, and then there's enemy run, even chase. So this is okay, so it's going to print its try path again, not its success path. And so we're going to just use that plus you manage to keep pace with them. Able to keep pace with them. Okay, I like that. String F tries to run away. But you are able to keep pace with them. Excellent. So, if I run from the rat, you try to run, but aren't fast enough to get away from the dungeon rat. Nothing else happens because he can't bite me. Okay, let's play with the stats just to see all the other paths light up. We're going to see all the things happen. Okay, so we have some spots here where we plugged in some stats. Let's put 3s in for the rat so the rat can finally hit me. Thoroughly. Run. You try to run, but aren't fast enough to get away from the dungeon rat. The dungeon rat bites you. I run again. Again. You try to run, but aren't fast enough. The dungeon rat bites you. Run again. You try to run, but aren't fast enough. The dungeon rat bites you. You succumb to your injuries. Your story ends here. Excellent. 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 Okay. Let's say that's all good. That's good and all. So we have I can run away and fail to get away, but take no damage. I can run away, fail to get away, and take damage. What about I run away, but my enemy is unable to overtake me? You run from the dungeon rat and it chases, staying right on your heels. Run some more. Run, 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 run. Okay. That's good. And what about I run and the dungeon rat can't keep up? You got away from the dungeon rat. Then why am I still in combat mode? So we got to fix that part. We didn't finish upgrading the new combat system rules that lets me change the combat entity when someone dies or gets away from the other one. So where are we? Game, action, combat. Here we go. So the rule has to be that if you Spotify's been down for a few minutes again. Go. Okay. The rule has to be if you have a getaway scenario, then the game state combat entity needs to get cleared to 0, right? We still have a local copy of the enemy pointer. We can fill out the combat record, but the core engine state for pointing at the active combat entity needs to get cleared, indicating we're not in combat anymore, and you can go back to exploration. So that's the getaway case. If the player's injury count exceeds the max health, I actually don't need to handle that here. I just need to handle the enemy version. That just to clear out the combat state. Logic. The stats are probably, yeah, look at that. Stats are all smooshed together. Do I just YOLO? Take the plunge. Stats square brackets 1. Or do I pull out the whole thing so that I have labeled versions that can't move around later? Yeah, okay. Wait, are you telling me stats don't get used? Yeah, look at that. Well, that changes this to if. So if the enemy is dead. Oh, no, it's not what I meant to do. Make that unhappen. If the enemy is dead, then the combat ends. Yeah. Now I am going to end up wanting formal combat begin and end state management helpers. So let's go ahead and start fleshing that out. Combat stats is up here. The combat end just does that for now. And what we probably want to do is remember this entity in dungeon, region, or graveyard. Jersey. There we go. All right, let's see if I can run away from the rat. Run. You got away from the dungeon rat. The dungeon rat dies. Okay, that's because it thinks that the end of combat is equivalent to death of the enemy. It's such a violent worldview. Completely uncompromising. No. The trick here is that we want this to be enemy death. We want that to go like this. check death, player, enemy. Those come from the record and go like this. So we check death on the entities now. Let's see if player death checks need to be saved. No. So this can go straight over to like that. Brain fading is getting worse. Stat block stats equals u combat stats entity key result equals entity entry count. Realism equal to stats max health. Like that. That'll do the trick there. What am I missing? But combat stats takes the whole entity? That seems crazy. But I guess, you know, it makes sense because I might at some point want this entity itself to affect the stat block. I'll allow it. Yeah. Yep. It's definitely... Usually I recommend just stopping. Like, if you're at that point, you go, okay, I'm going to write some notes to myself, check, commit what I got, commit and push, and, you know, go touch grass or at least drink water, right? The only reason I'm not doing that is because the work I'm doing right now feels to me specifically well-suited to being brain dead. Like, if I was at my peak mental state, this would bore me so much that it would be difficult. So just like I can kind of just keep going with something this boring at this level. It is getting a little bit too much though. Like I'm a little past the point where it's ideal. So I'm probably not going to finish the last two smaller branches of the combat system even. I'm just going to finish the running and call it good. I'm also like right at the last few minutes of when I wanted to be done by. You got away from the dungeon rat, and now I can explore again. Okay, so that does reveal a different problem, which is like, you never ever make progress if you don't take out the dungeon rats. But I need to do the population. Yeah, I need to do population system still. So I have sort of set up a population system, but I need to finish the population rules. Since there's no grid in my game, when you kill things, how does it, like, what is the benefit if it doesn't drop stuff? Like, what does it do? Well, what's happening is that there's a counter in the region that you're in of what's called the population level, and the population determines how often things spawn while you're trying to explore, and as you kill things, you decrease the population. But I do want to be able to say, like, hey, look, if you were trying to explore, and then you encountered something, and then the encounter ended, and then you explore again, we should, like, depress the rate a little bit. Not necessarily can guarantee there's no encounter, but it feels like right now, since the probability never drops unless you kill something, you can't even imagine making forward progress. So I need a little, like, reward for ending an encounter, even if it's not by killing something. So killing something, permanent decrease of the dungeon population. Getting away from it, maybe you get like a 50% chance to just, like, a 50% boost in your chance to not have an encounter again, and that boost keeps growing until you get a successful exploration, and then that boost zeroes out or drops by a bunch or something. So I need to finish the population dynamics thing that makes that work, and I need to finish I need to finish these other paths in the combat system still. So we've got fighting, we've got chasing. I still have, well, pausing. No, I didn't actually do pausing correctly. I actually have to do pausing correctly. I wrote some text for it, so I wrote the message for it. But I didn't do anything for it. I think we could actually do this one, because I think it does nothing. I think this does nothing. Actually, these might both be pretty easy. Okay, so all we have to do here is, well, okay. I said I wasn't going to keep going, but having looked at it, it once again is within reach. Probably shouldn't be doing this, but here we go. Let's plug in a couple things. If this has even a hint of difficulty, I'm quitting. Never mind. No. I don't even feel like coming up with names for this. What I do want to do is, since I was close to wrapping everything up, I've done the rat chases me, I get away, and it's done. What I haven't done is the rat runs, and that's because the rat doesn't run, but I can, just like I did everything else, I can change the behavior of the system to test the behavior of the system for a minute. And so I'm going to do that, cover regular stat blocks, but now our enemies are going to be locked into running mode for a minute, just so I can test the enemy being the one doing the running. So I explore thoroughly. If I run and it runs, that would be an end. So we don't have a handler for that, or that, or that. So the only one we have a handler for if it's going to run is I fight. Dungeon rat runs away. So I can't do anything about that right now. What if I was as fast as the dungeon rat? Ooh. There we go. Dungeon rat runs away, but you are able to keep pace with it, with them. But you are able to keep pace with them. The problem with that is that there's an end paragraph in the middle instead of at the end. Yeah. That wasn't good. Okay. Let's try that again. Okay. Here we go. I explore. Find a dungeon rat. I fight. The dungeon rat tries to run away, but you are able to keep pace with them. Well, good. Good. Uh-oh. Problem is, I can't catch up, and there's no energy system. So, since none of these paths are handled, we just get stuck. We're stuck. An enemy which is faster than us and runs away breaks the game. So that's why we gotta finish this so that all the rest of the state flows all work and make sense. But that's a little bit better. And finally, if I pop in over here and I find the speed equals 6 hack on this guy, and I say, alright, what if I make your speed 7? So now you can overtake the rat. Boom, boom, boom. We explore. We counter dungeon rat. Fight. The dungeon rat tries to run away, but you overtake them. You strike the dungeon rat. The dungeon rat dies. There we go. And every time I try to explore, I gotta deal with another dungeon rat because the population doesn't decrease. Finally, I found something that's not a dungeon rat. That's fine. So what's gonna make this game more fun and interesting to me, I think, is one, something that encourages you to get a successful exploration after encounters more often, to make sure you don't get stuck getting combat after combat after combat. And two, just variety. I encounter a rat over and over again, and all I have to do is hit the fight button every time. So throwing in, like, this is not a game where I need to start off early and be like, well, use like just fodder and you'll just fight your way through to get your first XP, and as long as you don't autopilot too much, it'll be fine until you get to dungeon level 2 or 3. No. This is going to be like dungeon level 1. Yeah, maybe there's a rat or two, and there's no danger, easy to deal with. But if you find a snake and it gets a bite on you, that's a poisonous injury. That's serious. You got to do the right thing at every step so that you are stopping and reading and dealing with what I am giving you. Otherwise, it's not going to be interesting. Otherwise, it's just going to be like tap and click as fast. It's not supposed to be a cookie clicker, right? It's not. It's not tap the fight button and the explore quickly button until you win. So I'm going to have to make it so that paying attention is required early. But yeah, some variety is like variety in what you're seeing thrown at you, and also variety in what you have to do to deal with it would make this get pretty close to fun, I think. Alrighty. Well, that is pretty good. I'm happy with that. I do have, like I said, a few spots here. All of the situations that involve neither side fighting are still not handled in the combat system, but those are mostly smaller and simpler because they all kind of boil down to like one path of just ending the combat peacefully and going separate ways, or just returning to the same state. So that I can wrap up tomorrow, and I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'll be back on Saturday, probably afternoon, Pacific time. And this jam is done on Sunday, so I might stream again on Sunday, or I might not, depending on if I feel like I want to maximize my productivity and which option will do that, or maximize my fun, which option will do that. I have no idea. Thanks to everybody who came to hang out, and I will see y'all around. Bye.